Hello. I just noticed that I didn't actually turn on the. I didn't. I didn't start streaming, and I started talking for like 5 minutes. It was a nice talk. I actually like myself talking. It's nice. Anyway, so what I was saying is that I ordered a new graphics card just to improve my gaming a little bit, because I have two graphics cards, 2060, and uh, like they were in two different PCI lanes, so they were working on half bandwidth. They were sharing the bandwidth. So I removed one of them. I hope the other would perform better in games now. So yeah, that is the news outside of the stream. And I ordered this 5070 RTX 5070. It had a good price, so I just ordered it. Let me know if there is any issue with the audio or the video. I noticed that the camera is working better today. Yeah, it's working a little better. All right. Okay, so make test should be failing, and the make lint should be failing, and everything should be failing. And we stopped here. We stopped that we wanted the caller to return the attributes to us. So yeah, this is what we wanted. The caller would provide the symbols. Yeah. So if the event is coming from the source, because there are two different ways for the event to come to a rule, either from a source or it's part of a chain. So if it's from the source, that's fine. We can just, calculate the symbols. And if it's not from from the source, if it's from a chain, we are going to call this function with the sims, right? And that means this sims can be cached between rules, and so it will be once per event. Capiche? Capiche. So yeah, this is what is happening now, and we are stuck here now. We are trying to create this new symbol cached, and we are trying to get the attributes out of the event. And I was thinking if there is a better way to get the attributes from the event. But anyway, so the attributes is actually action cons. Huh. So there's this. Get key. We remove that, yeah, and we remove this, and we need that. Yeah, this is exactly what we need. And we try to evaluate. So anyway, okay, so we will go to the event, and yeah, okay, that's the problem. That now we are going to force an interface on the event. So now we will have to do this. We have to say there is a event, and the event is an interface of stuff, and the stuff is the function we want, and this function is what allows the whole system, when it gets an event, to get like a uniform list of attributes, because every event could be a different type. So how would you try to apply a condition on them? Ask them to give you a list of their attribute names and attribute values. So instead of reflecting on them, no, just ask them to give you what you need. This is pretty cool. So there is a siren outside now, and I noticed that it was cancelled. This is nice. That microphone actually has a nice high quality to it. So yeah, so we are trying to have a uniform interface for the event, and that means that this here, when we reach this point, the event should be restricted as like this. In should be restricted as an event. Yeah, so it should have this available. To have this available, we can't just use in and out in the rule like that. Can't be any. It has to be event. Yeah. And now you can just, you can ask it. So attributes, here you go. All right. And I bet you that there would be other errors. So make run. Yeah. Engine n does not satisfy events. Missing method attributes. This is an engine 8. So 8. Engine 8. So all of that now can't operate on any. It has to operate on an event, right? Does it work? It works. That's faster than I expected, actually. This is faster than I expected. What are all of these errors in the bottom right? 76. Wow. Why? Int does not satisfy event. Ah, these are the tests. These are the unit tests. The AI wrote it. Okay, so here is the thing. I noticed that the AI is kind of trying to mock everything. So what I want, maybe we can just use the library that generates mocks. I remember something about like testify mock generation. I think there's something that generate mocks for testify. Mocking framework. Testify mock. And how does it work? Mocking. So mock provides mechanism for easily writing mock objects that can be used in place of real objects. Nice. I also noticed that the AI wrote a lot of tests and it feels that it's cluttered. So I think I will pay for my sins yesterday by trying to fix all of that. I see, because I didn't write it, it feels like off a little. Anyway, engine, test, and what it says. Okay, first my mock object, and the mock object is type all right, let's have mocks dot go package, and this is fire hose. So we are going to just create the mocks here in this file. Is that all right? I think that would be nice. Yeah. So every package can have like a mocks file, and they can have the mocks, and then you can get a mocked version of whatever interface you want. Yeah. And this is by creating that, and then you implement the interface, and then you can use it as you want. Yeah. I think this is how it works. So we need this, which should be the event mock. should be mocks test because it will be used in the yeah. You know, here you are. In case you want to, in your package, test a mocked version of something you pass. So here you go. And now we need to implement this. Yeah. So now we have mock, and it implements the attributes function. So it's called with a context, and then you say, yeah, it's called with this context, and get 0. This is the return out of the args, right? Yeah. So engine, the engine tests now should use this this mock. Right. Drain error channel. Yeah, it's test helpers. No package metadata for file, blah 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 blah. What? Sorry for the flashbang. Go mod tidy. Right. So now this works, right? Yep, it's working. It is working. So we have helper here, mock source. Here is a mock. This mock shouldn't work that way at all. Like it should not. Mock action. Come on, man. Mock destination. Mock incompatible registry. See? This is why people don't ask you to write tests. Mock. Let's fix the tests first and then migrate these mocks to use the testify mock, alright? Right. So what it says is that int is not an event. So event mock. Right? In this event mock. What? What's wrong? Doesn't testify. Event mock does not satisfy event. Method attributes has pointer receiver. Aha, yeah. Yeah. So we need it to be a pointer. Right? Is that? Oh, yeah. My brain. Sorry, my brain is still. You know, I just had a sandwich and all of my blood just went somewhere else. Okay. So mock destination, and this is event mock. All right. So now let's see what we have here. So if I just go test or make test, it's like int doesn't satisfy, and this is like 53, and yeah. So if we see int anywhere, it should be event mock, event mock, event mock, event mock, event mock. Yeah, here you go. Here you go. Event mock. search and replace. People search and replace. But this is a little bit complicated because this int could be anywhere also in the middle. So replacing it by just search and replace may not be the best idea on the planet. I hope you're having a good time search and replacing across the code. This is what you get from the AI. See? Just ask it to do one thing. Wow, how big is this file? What the fuck? Come on. Holy shit, I'm gonna stay here forever, I think. That's it? We have something like int? See, told you. Okay. Okay. So this replace int, right, with event mock. Here you go. Happy? And this. If you find this, we just need to use this to be event mock. G. Oh. Yeah, so there are a lot of these things that needs to be escaped. So let's skip all of that. G. We also have this type. Oh dear. Okay, here you go. Event mock. And don't forget to escape everything. Too many errors. In rule test this time. This time in rule test. This is 200. Okay. Okay. So what we need is this to be event mock and event mock, and we need to escape. There you go. And when you have something like int, you need it to be event mock. And when you have something like string, you also need to replace it with a event mock, right? All right. So now it will break in stuff like that, shit like this. Okay, yeah, because we need to rewrite all of that. Ooh, oof. move. Okay, so yeah, I think I need to just look at these tests and try to make sense of it. But anyway, all the errors are in rule test, so it's not bad. So it's new event mock, and then it's trying to check if it's the same. Yeah, I see. So all right. So E as in is a new event mock, right here, and then the processed item. Yeah, this needs to be rewritten actually, but let's fix it first. E in new mock and in. In new mock and in. There you go. In new mock and in. Fixing the tests is really boring, like it's, and this should equal in. Right? Kind of made its own mocking framework. It's horrible. All right. Okay. Passing. So let's just, put that, like stage it. Stage this. Stage all of that. Stage. Okay. Now let's oh, new follower. Nice. We are 59. Okay, I think we have only one until we reach the goal, right? We need one more follower to reach the goal. Nice. Okay. All right. Okay, so we have the tests running, but I think they are really horrible. So let's look at it exactly what's going on. So you have a rule. So the first thing is that let's call this type mock rule. Okay, so we wouldn't be repeating ourselves all the time. And type mock rule equals, just type alias, just to make it shorter a little bit. And we'll have our rules mock rule here, mock rule. Rule. All right, so, oh, but I need to search replace here, right? This mock rule, right? G, and this needs to be escaped. Escape. Here you go. So let's look at the first test. So we will try to find the pattern, improve the first test, but also apply kind of to the rest if it's fast enough. If we can find a way to just apply it. If anybody have any questions, I see like 3 viewers. Hello. If you have any questions, please let me know. Just want to check that, yeah, everything is working. Okay. Okay, so you have mock rule. You have new mock source. Wow, the day ended really fast. It's 9:30. All right. So mock source, mock action, mock destination. Same. Mock source, mock action, and mock destination. Right. So what we are trying to do, new mock source. Why? Okay, okay. Okay. So we need to search and replace here and mock action. Replace it with mock action. Okay. All right. And we also need this mock destination thing. Yeah, here you go. What else? There is this new mock source. Sure, buddy, sure. What is that? It's a function that returns you a new source. Return a new source with an ID. Okay. Okay. You know what? I think you are completely wrong at what you are doing, but I'm not sure if I should address it now. So let's see. So you created a new rule. You have a source, you have an action, you have a destination, and you have an input. You have an error. Okay. So rule callback. You're calling the successful callback with action and destination. Okay. You're just testing the callback function. This function is not exported. I think you're testing the old one. And the callback, but doesn't have. Has no field or method callback, but does have a method. Okay. Really? Yeah, callback. Okay, yeah. So callback and callback with symbols. Okay, so you're calling the function callback and you're expecting no error. You're expecting no error. Rule, then, and why are you trying to do this? So the action, and you're checking that the action is processed. And yeah, this is the part that we actually don't need. So actually, you can do this action. You make the action, and destination, you make the destination, and then here, use them. Okay? Use them. Here. And you don't need, now you don't need to cast them, right? Because you already have them, so you don't need to cast them up again, or back again to those types. And what you need to do, because here you are checking that the action is called and it's all called with the input. So what you need to do is here you have an input, right? So you're doing all the preparation. You have your data, like all of that is your data. Okay, your structures and stuff that you want to prepare. And then you need to make also expectation for the mocks. So you need to know that the action on process, exactly. So when a function called process is called, and this process is usually called with a context. So it should be t context. It should be called with t context with the input, and it should return the input back again. Yeah. So this action should be called once. It takes the context and the input, and it returns the input and no error once. Mock action has no field method on. No, it has it. Oh wait, it's not yet. Not yet. So mock action is not yet. So you have to do that. You have to do that. And mock action, the function is called as process. Okay. And so actually what we need is not that. We need what was it called? It's something like the mock we have here. Yeah. E called and then args. Okay. So M called with this argument. Right? So it's called with this argument and args. Oh sorry, args. And we return args get 0 out and the process error. Okay, okay. So when you do that, it should be accepted. It is accepted. And now you don't need this. Like this once, like we already covered it. This line is testing that it's processed once, it's called once, and we already covered it with the once here. So we don't need that. And we're checking that actually it was processing the input and we already have it here. Like on, in, yeah. And that the destination, oh yeah, so we need the destination also to be called with the input and return null, right? And remove this. So the destination mocks should also be that, right? And here you need to do that and dot args dot error 0. And this is all. So it's called with the event and then returns whatever you want to return from the tests. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. So let's see if the tests are working. So if I restart the LSP, yeah, that looks nice. I think a lot of things was going to fail now, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, a lot of things are failing. Call back with action error. Call back Where's action? Yeah, it's the second one. Yeah, it's the second one. The second one should also have a very similar thing. Good. Here we can just do this. You don't need to put it in a variable or anything. You have the action, you have the destination, you have a source, and you just need mock source. Sorry, mock source. What's the problem with mock source? What's the problem? Cannot use mock source value of transaction mock source as yeah, okay, yeah, no problem, no problem. Okay, and actually we can say this source and we can have it here, source. Yeah, and in every test we can do this kind of stuff in the beginning. Yeah, so you have your rule components, you have an input, and then you do expectations with this, all of this data and the input and the output, like a setup, and then you do the action you want and your expectation. Yeah. This here is not different. This is not different. So you don't call until the end. And you don't need to cast. Yeah. And you need to have an expectation here before you do any kind of stuff. Yeah, huh? So what you want to do is the action should be taking, you should expect the action to get the input, return a mock input. No, wait, yeah, return like, let it return in or nil. Can it return nil? Yeah, can return nil. Return and an error. So the error would be whatever, like OS error closed. And the condition shouldn't be called. The destination, sorry, here shouldn't be called. You know, there's something like action dot assert expectation, or is that turned on by default? Is that turned on by default? So when you do this, so you're getting a mock and you expect something, you do the action and then you assert the expect. Yeah, you have to do that. Can I defer that? Can I say like defer source dot expect? The source is not yet. Okay, so defer action, assert expectation, defer destination, assert expectation. So you know, it doesn't have to be in the end of the function. It would be in the beginning. You define and assert. And you can do this. In the new process, this shouldn't be called. Assert not called, yeah. Oh, but you don't have to do that, because if it's called, it's gonna panic. So that's all right. Yeah, you don't have to. So you return an error and you expect an error. think you can just do this. Error and is closed. So it should be the same error that was returned from the source, from the action. Yeah, you don't need to do that also. If you run the tests, other failures, there's a callback with action error. Callback with action error. And tells me that interface blah 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 is not nil. Interface is interface conversion. Interface is nil, not a fire hose event mock. Oh yeah. But wait. Oh yeah, I need maybe to cast it. Now if this here. Okay. So I can't just have nil. Okay. Let's just pass input. No, that's will be returned, but an error, so the error shouldn't be processed. Okay, this should be the next one. Yeah, callback with action error. I don't know what to return because the method call was unexpected. Yes, it was not expected. True. Or remove the send. Yep. No, that is not expected. So which one is it? This is what I most hate about this framework or this package. If I look at the code, it's like mock and this, and you actually don't know what is it that failed. 53. So 53. This, yeah, but sure. This method was unexpected, and this is the parameter, and it's at 141. Okay. Wait, so why was it, why send was called? So here run, I was run and run in line 141, right? So run, no. It's in rule the go and 141 here. The error doesn't equal nil, right? So it should return. So what's up with that? Oh wait, I need to do something. I need to do something like T skip. Right. Now I need to run just these tests. Callback with action error. Mock on send return first or remove send. So here, and it says that the rule actually when there was an error from the action, like here, it called the destination. So it says that this line was executed. Why? Okay, let me skip this one. Let's just skip this one and make test. Yeah. Okay, why are you sending that? Recover panic, blah blah blah. Okay, so you have a process. So what I expected when I call this, it should not call send, because if there is an error in the action, the destination shouldn't get anything. Yeah, that is correct. So why this happened here? Yeah. The error is nil? Why? What did I do wrong here? So action on process return once. Am I missing something? Arguments, panic message, parameter, wait for main. So what's wrong here? After maybe on once, panic return, run twice. Yeah. No, this is this is correct. The process. Okay, just a second. Maybe the action has something wrong with it. Maybe the mock of the action has something wrong with it. Oh, yeah, it has something wrong with it, which is this. Has something wrong with it. And I will just contemplate. Now it's not panicking. Yeah, the mock had a problem. And now in the rule, there was a panic, right? I added a panic here, and then did I remove it? No, I removed it. I removed it. Hello, what are you making? What am I making? Well, let's see. This is a rules engine framework. So you can use it to process events from sources, do transformations and filtering, and send it to another destination or another system. So you can get data from Twitch and add it to a database, or get data from Kafka and write it to from another Kafka topic. Or you get HTTP endpoint like requests, and you write it to the database, or so you can connect any source to any source. Something like Penthos, the open source project, like Penthos. Like this nice project. So I'm building it, but I'm trying to build it in a way that doesn't allocate memory, or doesn't allocate memory on the heap, to be very specific. And you don't need to assign. You don't need to assign, you just need to do this. Okay. Okay. All right. So now we need to remove the skips from this and make test to pass. Pass. This is passing, and this is passing, and here you go. Next. We're getting that. And callback with destination error. Yeah, what do you expect when the destination fails? When the destination fails, what like nothing happens. What are you checking here? So you have a rule and you have some kind of event you want to process, and the destination returns an error. So what do I expect exactly? Well, oh, I can expect that it returns an error. But we also, oh yeah. Okay, so here's the source, the action, the destination, and you have a rule, and this didn't return an error. The action didn't return an error, and the destination returned an error. So when you try to process the event, you should get error closed. So test. Coming from JavaScript, it's hard to learn? No. Go is even easier than JavaScript and TypeScript because it has less primitives and like less features. So no, it's really easy to learn. You can learn it in a weekend if you want. So all you see here is what you expect. So the percentage is an address of a structure. Here you're creating a structure, you're calling a function with an argument. Like it is what you see here. There is nothing weird at all. It's not like you call a function and then you can't find it here, so it goes there, or like it's defined in runtime, or it's like there are nothing there. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. And usually, actually, companies sometimes says, we need a Go developer. But if you are not familiar with Go and you are willing to learn it, and you use something like Java or C++ or whatever, any object-oriented language before, then you're good to go. So you don't really like it's a language that it's easy to pick up. So the companies actually can get talents pretty quickly. Okay, let's remove this skip. What this does exactly. So callback chain to the next rule with the same source. This is a good one. This is a good one because now we need to know the source. So here the source has an ID and has so many stuff. Come on. Come on. Yeah, I see where this is going. I see. This is like a really huge structure. Okay. So you have a source, you have two rules, and manually set up the same sausage chain. Why are you doing this? Why? Why? This is horrible. This is horrible. Okay, so just need to check. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So let's copy the successful one. Let's copy this. let's go with this, and we can modify to have 2 rules. So this is rule number 1. Yeah, it's pretty good. Because also it has this coroutines, so you can create like lightweight threads, kind of. If you're familiar with C++, like coroutines. The whole idea that you have an execution path that you can pause and resume, and you have a scheduler that can do that. What I'm building now is a rules engine. So it is a framework that you can define a set of rules, and you can process events from one system to another. You can do filtering and transformation. So that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm thinking the first thing to do is actually to listen to Twitch events. And when a new follower comes in, I send it as a notification here, because I see people follow, but I don't know until I switch. And check this out. We reached our goal. 60 followers. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, this is working. So this streaming thing every day is working, and it's pretty nice. So 70, 100. Okay, 70. The grind is paying off. It is paying off, yeah. But I'm also enjoying the project. I'm not picking something boring for me, so that's what's good. So even if there wasn't like a Twitch channel, I would be sitting coding this project. Here you go, and you goal. Okay, so please help me reach the 70. All right. So rule 1, rule 2, and we need to registry and error, and you register the first rule, registry and error, and you register the second rule. Come on. Add rule and registry. So how did the other test cases work without activating, without adding the rules to the system? So nil and rule 1, and then add rule registry and rule 2. And there should be like require no error. Okay. And then the rule callback, yeah, it's calling the rule directly, and this is what's bad about this test. So you should be using the system, right? Like, I know it's a unit test, so you try to like mock everything, but yeah, we are mocking. Let's use the mocks. Let's use the mocks. So I need the source. The source will be called, right? So the source, and I also need the source to have, the source is not a mock yet, actually. This source is not like a mock yet. And by the way, the interface for the source, only has a start. There's no stop. It only has a start. Yeah. So what should we do? So yeah, here. So it should have start. And it returns a context. Yeah, there is a callback. Okay, so this is args and you just called with function and return args with 0 the context and an error. This should be it. That should be all. Yeah. Yeah. So if I run the tests, rule undefined is like, okay. So we were trying to have this like callback chain, and we activated the rules. We have an input, and actually when you add the yeah, registry dot start and error channel. Yeah, that's there you go. There shouldn't be any errors actually, but yeah. So registry start. It's start with the registry. Here you go. So you have start, and you are giving it a channel so you can return errors. Was it? Can I have like a T channel? Can you create a channel for me just for the test? You know, it would be nice if there's a function that you can get a channel of any type, of any size, and you have a T, which is the testing, the test, the T, okay, and it returns the channel for you. And this channel will be closed when the context is closed. So we are going to make it, and on cleanup, we're going to close the channel. This is nice. I didn't even think about that. I was thinking that I would listen on the context. So T cleanup, yeah. Yeah, so you create a channel, like a test channel, and it would be useful here. Callback chain to next rule here. So we needed a channel, so ch is the test channel for errors. Let's have a 10, and we are going to use it here. Yeah, go, because this is blocking, so we need to do start here. Yeah, it is blocking. Yeah, that's a problem, because if it's blocking, and so let's wait until you get the first error, and then this is an input, put it here. This should be in the end most of the time. Yeah. So you have an input. So you have two rules. You activated the rules, and now you need the source on start, right? And the start accept the context, a function, right? It accepts a function, which is the callback, and returns the context, and that's it. So the source should be called once because it's the same source. Action on process. Yeah. So now the source should start emitting events, right? So the source should start emitting events. So this source here, so when we create a source, we probably should give it a list of inputs. Mock source. So you're making a source for the test, so you can say events and give it a list of events. So when this source gets that, it can do this. It can do for event, and it will send it to the callback. But if there is an error, we should send this error to the error channel. There is an error channel, right? Or did we? Oh. So if the source want to return an error or want to do something, it can't, can it? It can't. Yeah. It cannot. And the callback is returning an error, but the source doesn't have a way to do anything with it. So go and then you return that. Perfect. And that means in the test, spatial number. What the hell is that? Oh wow, there is a lot of stuff. Sorry, I didn't see that channel, the chat. How come I don't use AI? I'm trying not to use AI during this streams, just not to lose my skill, because at work I'm using the AI for everything. I'm using Claude Code, and now I can one-shot a lot of tasks and a lot of features. So I'm trying to avoid using the AI as much as I can here. But yesterday, I asked it wasn't Claude. It was Claude Sonnet. It was Claude Sonnet to write unit tests, and this is what I got. I got a hot mess of unit tests that I'm trying to fix now for an hour or so. So yeah, I'm trying not to use AI as much as I can. All right, this is nice. I see 11 viewers. This is the highest I got so far. Please make yourself home. Please. Okay. So now we start and we expect that eventually we are going to receive all the stuff. So that means I don't need the input here, and the source should have an input, right? So what was the thing? It was called events. Events, and the events is a list of mock events. Yeah, so we should expect start with that. We should expect this with in, yeah, once, only once. And we should expect the destination also to be called once. But wait, so I remember the AI when it's like, but wait. So the source start will be called once because there are two rules of the same source. So the source is initialized once. And then you have two rules. So you have the action should be executed twice, right? Twice. And the destination twice. Same. Right? We don't need that. And then you are just waiting for this channel to be closed. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's all. Make test. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Mock. I don't know what to do. So, because the method call was unexpected, either do blah 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 return first or remove. And this is, where is that? So method call, method call, method call, and the start, and it's in engine test 349. Engine test. Yeah, but I don't want to come back to that now. That's so go run, go test this, and I need to, what was the syntax again? So there was this, and then you tell it to run. What was it? Run? Go run. It was pattern. What was it? How is it going? It's going fine. Coding without AI, like a caveman. So let's see if I'm faster or Claude is faster. So what was it, like a go help test, was it? And then test this. What was it? How? Oh yeah, dash run. Exactly. So it was go test this and dash run, and you give it the name of the test you wanted to run, which is callback chains. That's a really long one. Okay. And I think it won't find it because it uses underscores with the names. For some reason or another, it doesn't like the spaces. This is maybe the format from Go. No, come on. Come on. You can do that. You can do it. Don't have to do this. What do you want? Okay. Make test. Okay. Okay, all right. You know what? These are horrible tests. They are horrible, horrible tests. Engine tests. Wait, this became a little smaller than I remember. Nope. Not that small. Let's skip this one. Right, so when you do this, the test framework will skip the test. All right. We're just skipping tests so we can run the tests that we fix. Only the tests that we fix we are going to run it. Make test. And we are waiting. And we are waiting, of course, for the channel. Waiting for sources to finish. Waiting for sources to finish. Yeah. So what I'm trying to do is to, instead of circumventing everything in the code, I'm trying to use the engine itself to test. But maybe I'm wrong and I should use only the rule callback. Yeah, so maybe I don't need this yet. Need this. We have two rules, and when you add them, they are linked together, so I don't have to wire them together automatically, like manually. And then, so if I call the rule one callback with an input, I should expect to get two calls, right? And I shouldn't get an error. So require no error. Nice. Good. Perfect. Next. Same here. It's trying to like wire them together for some reason or another. And then callback context. So what is it trying to do again, the test? Callback chain stops on action error in first rule. Yeah, so if you're executing rules and then one of them failed, it should cut the call chain. It should. Right now it is. I'm not sure if it should actually. So you have like 100 rules, you know, they are handling the event one way or another. And one of them failed. Do you just cancel the rest? Continue the rest? I'm in favor of continuing, you know? Yeah, I'm in favor of continuing to do that. But that means you have to accumulate the error somehow or communicate it upstream somehow. Yeah. You have to communicate the errors upstream somehow. Okay, let's have it the simple way now until we implement also the condition, because like, we are stuck here fixing the tests. I hope today's session wouldn't be just tests. You know, it's an hour and a half now. Maybe it's like hour 19. Maybe in 10 minutes I can play a game. I want to... anyway, so when the time comes, we're going to... Alright, no new variables on left. So you call with an input and okay, gotcha. So you have this. So you have this same thing and you're activating it. blah 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 blah, and you call, and we need the expectation. So we should expect one process, right? Just one. One process if the action failed, and here we need like a OS error closed or something. Instead of creating a new error, just reuse anything from a standard library. And the send shouldn't be executed at all. And require no error when you do that. No, wait, when you, no error? No, you should get an error. Here, there is an error. And this error is OS error closed. I mean, technically I'm using AI, but it's the old Copilot thing where it tries to complete the line. Yeah. All right. Test works. Perfect. So we have 1, 2, 3, 3. Okay, good. Good, good. We are halfway there. Yeah. So this, and what does that? Call chain propagates error from second rule. Yeah. So we should have exactly the same setup. It's easier when you just rewrite the test completely. So you add this and you add this, and then the first doesn't have an error. Nil. This is once, and this is once. The second, we are going to have an error. Error closed. So when you call the first rule callback, it should propagate the error of the rest of the rules of the same source. Right? The life of a dog is really simple. He just sleeps and eats, want to go to pee, and that's all. Yeah, the first, the destination. So the destination will have one write, only one write. Because the first rule is going to process and write. The second will process return error, doesn't write. Okay. Perfect. This is callback with 3 rules in chain. Not bad. So we have rule 1, rule 2, there we go. Rule 3. And we are activating. And then so process should be called 3 times, and send should be called 3 times, and you call and no error. Make test. Perfect. So you have 3 rules the actions is executed 3 times and the destination is executed 3 times and everybody's happy. Callback with incompatible next rule type. Yeah, I don't know. This is like a... Okay. Again, you don't really need to do this. Don't need this. You should just say action. Here you go. Destination. Oh, and then, yeah. Destination and source and so yeah, here source and action and destination. That's all you need. Create a mock. Yeah, so we'll create this mock and then input, and we call it, now we don't need to cast. Creating career source registry with incompatible. Next same source is mock incompatible. So when you try to get the next rule and the source is incompatible, it doesn't return an error, but it should, right? It should. This is a bug. If you have a problem in the data structure, shouldn't silently ignore it, because that will hide data corruption. I suffered for like 2 weeks from this before. Like it's a very similar, it's the same genre of issue. So you encounter a problem and then you just kind of drop the error silently, and now you don't know that something is happening. So what we need is that when the rule is getting executed here, so if the next same source is nil, then nil. Otherwise, yeah, just a second. So if not okay, you should return an error. Otherwise, it's the next function. And here is the part that should be like, next rule with source blah does not support callback. Next rule with source type get source. So the next one. Ready. So get registry. Next rule for rule is doesn't have the same source. Yeah, doesn't have the same source. So the current rule, no, and the next one, next rule for rule blah 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 doesn't have the, yeah. So this test should fail. It's failing, yeah, it's failing. And Callback incompatible, next rule type, yeah. So can I see rule test? So you do a callback, right? What's up with that? Mock, I don't know what to do. Yeah, so process, return first, no. Process. Yeah, because process and send should work, but it can't execute the next one. Just can't execute the next one. Right, and it should be just once. Right, create a mock compatible type, and then you call, and then there should be an error. So this should fail. Not panic, but fail. Yeah. What the hell is that? Rule, next rule for rule, blah blah blah. The callback was incompatible test. Yeah. Yeah, because make test run the test multiple times. Wait. That shouldn't be the default. I did that to catch any flaky tests. But nope. Here we go. Yeah. On failure. Next rule for rule this. Let's have this thing with hash. I think when you do that, it output also the field names. Yeah. So the types, no, and the field name. So give you all the information, so it doesn't hide it from you. So you don't try to think, what is this nil, what is that nil, and you have to match them with the field positions. Yeah. So this test should fail because require error. There should be an error. Perfect. So we fixed these tests and we fixed the bug. And now we need to fix the engine tests. So what's up? Test add rule. Yeah. So add rule. There are no errors. The result is not nil. And the next and the previous are the same rule. Test. It's fine. Next one. Oh yeah. This should be called the mock rule, right? This mock rule. And you should be escaping this kind of things. There you go. Of course. And come on. Come on. So it's end rule and it should be like that. What did I do? Wait, no, why? Like that should be easy to do, right? Here, and mock rule. Just mock rule. That's it, right? Yeah, this and here. This R, this. Okay, so we are going to replace this with. Makes sense. No, it makes sense. Okay. So you have a rule and you activate it or start it, and it should refer to itself, because the rules, when you activate it, it makes a linked list or circular double linked list. And if in any circular double linked list, if you have one item in it, one node, it's going to link to itself in the next and previous. Or at least this is my understanding from like 15 years ago. I didn't think that I would come back and write a linked list in Go at some point to avoid allocations. I think studying computer science is really useful, even though some people say that you can be self-taught and you don't need academic studying. But I don't know, I still feel that studying academically, just getting all the subjects, study it, like fill in the problems, work out the problems and stuff, and talk to people and stuff like that. It's very useful. It's like character building kind of for the career. Not a lot of people agree on this idea, but I've seen a lot of people that are really good even though they didn't study academically. But in general, I feel when you study academically and you are really like studying, you like what you're doing, you're not just attending lectures and stuff. It is very useful, even in the long term. Yeah, so not just to get a job fast, but in the long term. Ah, damn! I was skipping it. Nice. So this worked, and here I'm also having add second rule to this. Yeah. So you add the rule. Don't need that. So when you add a second rule, no errors, not nil. Yes. The result is the first rule. Yeah. Rule 1 and rule 2 are linked to each other. So rule 2 is next from rule 1, rule 2 is previous from rule 1, and rule 1 is next and the previous, because they are two, so they are pointing to each other. Right. And here are 3. They make the ring. Yeah. Same source chaining. Yeah, let's remove the skip and see what kind of shit is gonna blow up in our face. Nothing? Really? So you have a source. Okay. Okay. First rule of the source has no. Next same source, they are nil. Yeah. Yeah. Because the same source is a linked. It's double linked list, but it's not circular. So if you have one node, it's not gonna point to anything because it's the head and the tail. Yeah. So yeah, that test is correct. Two rules with different sources have no same source links. Yeah, they are two different sources, two rules. Next same source, previous same source are nil. Exactly, they are not linked to each other. Two rules with the same source are linked here. Three rules with the same source form a chain. Yep. Sources with two source A, one source B, one more source A. So you have A, get around this, get around that, get around this, because you don't need that, it's redundant. Collect all rules, identify rules by source. So you should have like 3 and 2. Nice. Like this, nice. Add. Got you. There is no need for this type because it's already in the argument. So it's inferred by the compiler, so there is no need for nice. Oh wait. And we circle back. Okay. So we fixed the first one and we fixed the second one, which is chaining. We were going for the start. After start, what else? That's it. So let's remove the skip. This should blow up. Yep. That blows up. Checks out. T skip. Yep. Skip this for me, please. Somebody's really happy with their motorcycle outside. Okay. All right. So test start. Start single rule successfully. Right. Let's run the first test. Failure. All right. That's completely fine. After I finish this, fixing these tests, I'm gonna switch to play some game. I don't know what to turn because blah blah blah. Yeah. So what this test is doing, it starts a single rule successfully. It has a source, and the source has a rule, and rule test. Engine test. Here you go. Mock action. All that should be mock action. That's it. I also noticed that I have it here in the rules while it should be in the mocks. Here. Just type aliases. It makes it a little easy to condense this kind of stuff. So see, instead of all of that, can do this. Can say mock destination. Oh, all right. Start. Here you go. So new mock source. Okay, sure. Add a rule, source, action, destination. Then you have a context and the error channel, and you start. Perfect. Now, what's your problem? Source stop. That's your problem. That is your problem. I see what you're trying to do here. I see what you're trying to do. And I think it's a good solution. It is a good solution. So you don't need events. Nope, you don't need all of that. And instead you can store the callback here. Store the callback, okay? That's it. And then you have stop, and you have something like emit. Exactly. Yeah. And the stop. Wait, that was closing the context. Okay. Stopping is close the context, but no, you don't really need to stop it. Oh, okay. All right. So you start. And you stop. And then drain error channel 1 second. And then context cancel when we stop the source. Receive the error one. Yeah. Yeah, because the context is cancelled, so you get that. And then the registry, you're trying to cast it back again into a rule. You're checking the source, not you. And the rule context is not because we assigned the context in the rule, so it's not null. Okay, do I need to test that? Because it's kind of like internal implementation of how the rule works. Do I need to test that? Anyway, but I think now it doesn't blow up. It blew up. Sure. What either do mock start first or recommend. Yeah. So before start, we should actually expect the source on start with context and anything. Yeah. because we give it the context and callback, and it returns a context. Yeah. Time out waiting for error channel to close. It was this. So again, how is the mock working? So you have new mock and you have CB and ID start error started. And done. What are you close? Yeah, I think I know the problem. So here you need a context, right? You need a context. And you have an ID, start error and stop. Okay. Here you need to assign also m context, this context. Okay. And emit and this, oh yeah, not stopped. M context. Yeah, I see what's going on here. We need a function for cancellation. So this context doesn't matter, we'll return it, but we need the cancel, which is context cancel function or something. Yeah. Here we're going to have like the source context, which is cancel, which is context with cancel, context background. Nope, it's the context of the program is what we want. Cancel is cancel. Yeah, so now we have a cancel function and we can use it here. So when we stop, we cancel, like m cancel. So if m cancel doesn't equal nil, then sure, do that. And then m dot cancel equal nil. No. Undefined cancel mux 43. This is the source context is this one. Source context. Yeah. So we are just creating a cancellation function for it and returning it after we wrapped it with the cancellation, so that when we stop, we cancel it. Okay, source started undefined. Yeah, yes. Source started undefined, and this is in engine test. Engine test, like started. something else, declared and not used source. So it's like for one. All right. Whatever. All right. Data race. Where the source start. Source start. I guess because we are modifying the structure without a mutex, as in mutex. Okay, just, you know, dot look and defer unlock. And here, lock and defer unlock. I guess. Nope. Same issue. Okay, all right. Why? What's the problem exactly? So you are writing here, previous read here. You are writing in start previous writing, previous read. So you read first and start. Oh, okay. So what do I do about this? What do I do about it? Like okay, so what's the test that is failing exactly? Is it like start single rule successfully? It's also timeout waiting for error channel to close. We didn't close the channel. We did not close the channel. Where is this error channel? Engine test. Here. Engine test. Okay. So you're making an error channel. Then okay, but this start will not close. So you start, right? And then, yeah, I think I understand the problem. So you start in a go routine, and then you try to stop the source, and you can't guarantee that actually initializing the source already happened, right? So you can't tell that it already happened. So what you can do is that require eventually the source cancel doesn't equal nil. So you need to start it, don't you? Captain. Return source started. Wait for time a second. Just wait for a second. and it tick every millisecond. Really? 100 millisecond. All right. Okay. We didn't use that. All right. So started, and when you do that, started true. So we know it started. No? Yeah. Yeah. And actually you can just do this. You can do that function, and you can function is started. Yeah, we can do that. Is started. Now you guarantee the order. You guarantee the order. So when you start, okay, and the test passed, so we are good. So let's see that. Here you have a context error start, same problem. So you have to wait until the source actually starts. Hey, what's the problem here? Start multiple rows with different sources. Source 1, source 2, and source 1 and source 2. So eventually source 1 will start and source 2 will start. Stop all sources. Come on, why all of that? Just source 1 stop and source 2 stop. That's it. Receive 2 errors, yeah. Verify all sources started. Ah, we already did that before in the eventually. Ah, that's much better. Start rule with source error. Start multiple rules with same source. Oh, by the way, we didn't expect the source. Hey, why did we do that? Oh, yeah. So actually, we should be expecting the mocks to have been called. We never actually did that, did we? We didn't do this. You know, so eventually in the blah blah blah, but we actually didn't. Yeah. What's that? Which one? Which test exactly? Which test? So start rule. What is the engine test? 379. 379. Here, go, start. So when we called this, it went and called start, and then start called the start of the, there's here the source, and then testify said, hey, like, yeah, you didn't really tell me that the source is going to start. right? Yeah, which is here. So let's expect them, and then let's source 1 should start and source 2 should start, and then wait for them to start, and then stop them, then drain the channel, and you get 2 errors. Nice. Okay. متشكر جدا يا محمد، والله متشكر جدا. الفولو بتاعك يعني قيم ليا، شكرا، يعني له قيمة، يعني متشكرين. Anyway, so I'm trying to fix some tests here after I did some refactoring. Source, new mock source. So yeah, you have a source, and now let's expect the assertions because we need expect the start, and then here we wait for it to be eventually started. Yeah, because even when we return an error, the source eventually starts. And OS error closed here, and then you drain and you get 1 error. So instead of this, where you're setting the error in the source, no, you can now do that. I think there is something like require. Wait, no, source old called tells the mock object that a method has been called. Method called tells the mock object that the given method has been called. Is method callable? Method called start. What I wanted is that I thought there could be a method in this mock library that can tell me if the function is already called or not, the method is called or not. So instead of having this, you know, like is started and blah blah blah, it just I can use the function. Saves me a bit of work. Drain the channel. Make list. Timeout waiting for the error channel to close. Okay, so this is in rule with source error. Rule with source error. Yeah. Oh, we didn't stop. We didn't stop. So source stop. Because either you stop or you stop the context. So one of them. And if you don't, the source won't have. Wait. If you try to activate a source and you couldn't activate it, it shouldn't block, right? So here, this shouldn't block. So why did it block? You try to start, returned an error. And the context, but still, this is in the engine. So here, start, let's go to the implementation. So you start, right? and then there is a context. Yeah, I see. Now I think the problem. Mm, wait, so where is the this blah 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 blah, and then wait to finish, and you're going. Oh yeah. I think I know the problem. If there is an error, we shouldn't assign the context, right? We shouldn't. So if there is an error, return the error. Okay. Otherwise, you can just assign the context and return nil. Yeah, so you wouldn't fall into this issue where you got a context and you got an error. Yeah, so either or. If you do that, it should pass. Passed. Nice. Nice. Last test. And defer the expectation. We have a source. So this is start multiple roles with same source. So the source should be started only once, right? Only once. Then eventually it will start, and then drain error channel. Yeah, only one context cancelled since the source is shared. Exactly. Source should only started once. Yeah, there's no need for that. Perfect. So why is it 81%? Let's go to the mocks. I want to check something. I want to see what's going on here. So you have event mock, you have source mock, save some buffer. Yep. New source mock. I'm actually not sure why would you need that. Anyway. So there is this. Okay, so do we need all of this? So we have a mutex. You have the callback in case you want to omit something. You have a cancel function, an ID, and start. Yeah, we need all of it. Then emit and stop and mock action. Action mock. I don't know what is it called when something is named in reverse, as if it should be in reverse in another language, and the developer just translated it in their head. So instead of saying it's an action mock, it's mock action. Here, same. Destination mock. And save some buffer. So when I do this rename, it renames across the project in all the occurrences, and then I have to save them. I save all the buffers that was edited. Action mock. Yeah, you don't need all of that. Destination mock. You also don't need this. You don't need it. And the source. Test. I see that it's taking time. Why is it taking time? 1.5 seconds. For what? Okay. Okay, so go tool cover and then what was it? HTML and coverage art. Yeah. Okay, what I want to see is what is not covered exactly here. Yeah, there is the engine. Oh yeah, I think I know the reason, because this is not called mock test. Yeah. Make test. Then open this and open. All right. So this is all the files and their coverage. And it's a tool already in Go, like this is distributed with Go, it's nothing fancy. The rule and the engine. Parsing the condition, it's the part about the condition that we didn't test yet. The part about the condition. The condition, exactly. It's the part, yeah, the conditioning. Conditioning. Okay. I think I got it. I got the idea. Okay, but we fixed the tests. So you are allowed to have fun. Oh wait, does it run? 4, 5, nice. Fixed the tests and the linter. Is it gonna scream? I feel it's gonna scream. It would be weird if it doesn't. It would be really weird if it didn't really give me... Yeah. Here you go. Do not define dynamic errors. Use wrapped static errors instead. Font error if blah 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 blah. Don't have the sensor. Do not use dynamic errors. Wrapped static errors. You have a point. Exported type event should have comment or bxo. And this is in rule 26. 26. There you go. Event represent an event with attributes that can be evaluated in conditions. Yeah, define dynamics like next rule. Where is that? It's rule 124. 124. Here we go. So we need an error, like is it const or var? Var incompatible. Next rule, incompatible source. Should be like error incompatible source, right? Next rule doesn't have the same source. current rule, next rule, okay, okay, and this is error incompatible source. Here you go. Lint exported var should have a comment or an export. Yeah, sure. When the next rule in the same source chain doesn't have the same source type. Well, the AI did it again. This is what I'm talking about. Like here, I'm trying to limit my usage for the AI to the minimum, and I still can just complete lines, complete functions. It kind of turns off your brain a little bit if you think of it. Okay, it's 11:30. This is like errors. New. Nice. Now we need to fix this cyclomatic complexity. All right. This is 113. And is it this one? Yeah. So it says that the cyclomatic complexity is over 5. So we need to simplify it. So if we have an if and we didn't get symbols, we are calculating it. Then we run. If there is a next source, if there is no next source, we are going to skip. If it's the next source is callable, is not callable, we're going to return an error. If it is callable, we're going to do that. Okay, this part, is about executing the next one. All next rule. Okay, yeah, and this is about return call next rule with context, event, and symbols. And the call next rule is if there is no next rule, return null. If there is next rule and it's not, like the source is not the same, return this error. If the source is the same, then execute it and return this error. So I think that reduces the cyclomatic complexity under 5. Here you go. Okay. All right. I think we are done. Not we are done with the whole stream. I want to play some games. So I want to get back to Magic the Gathering. I installed it. Oh. How do I dismiss this? Do I have to refresh? Okay. Let's open Steam. And we can open the Magic the Gathering arena. I want to see if it really going to show up. Right. I have a weird problem with Bluetooth devices that I have to connect it manually. Okay, let's stop this one and waiting for server. All right. So let's do that. If you can hear the sound of the game twice, let me know. I didn't play this game for too long. I just opened it before the stream. I didn't play, I just opened it. Then I thought, okay, after I stream for a while, I can play it. So, I feel that the cards became a little complicated. Aspiring Easel. Tremble. When this creature enters, tap target creature and opponent controls or put a stun counter on it. So, okay. When this creature enters, each card you own with X in its mana cost perpetually gains this spell cost 1 less to cost. Perpetual effects are not what? Perpetual effects are not removed from the card that changes zones. Now we have zones. Alright. This is gonna be fun. Ah, I need to set the stream category because how the fuck do I do that from the phone? Anyway, so should be like edit and here. Display on screen list to keep your viewers. Okay. But also I need to edit that. These tags, right? These tags are not yep. Okay. Right. Where is it? Ah, here you go. First, add one mana of any. You couldn't hear that, could you? This siren. Did you hear it? Creatures. Whenever you cast an instant on... Yeah, look, the cards are just too much, so I can't just read everything. Or should I? I don't know anymore. With this game, I'm not sure anymore what is the right thing to do. Just overwhelming, became a little overwhelming over time. And I got into the physical cards, but also the physical cards became overwhelming. They just released a lot of cards. And then and then I got into Disney Lorcana. Which actually it's cute and it doesn't have a digital version. It's only cards. Disney didn't make a digital version of it yet. This is a beautiful card. What is that? Choose one. Abrat deals 3 damage to target creature or destroy target artifact. Okay. Head of the head of the class. The first spell you cast during each of your turn that targets a creature costs this less to cast. Okay, this effect reduces only the amount of colored mana you pay. Reparty, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, that target creature. Okay. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff since I played last time. Wow. I think the last time I played it was... Wait, where is it? It was... Holy shit. Okay, this looks familiar. This and this here. And I think... This doesn't look that familiar. So I remember the M20. Yeah, I remember this one. And this is all. So it was 6 years ago. Yeah, 6 years. Okay. Now let's play, I guess. Cast 20 white or red spells. So we would pick white and red. White, red. My decks, standard. Yeah, that doesn't look playable at all. These decks are legal in both standard and alchemy. What is alchemy? Example pro. Okay, so let's get one of the starter decks and just be happy with it, shall we? Can I get like a white one? Okay, white and red because they say so. Sure. Standard. What is alchemy? Historic, pioneer, timeless. Let's just play, okay? Let's play. Let's play and then think about all of that later. All right. So land, and land. This land enters tabbed. When this land enters, you gain 1 life. At this order. Okay. When this equipment enters attached to a target creature you control, the creature gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Equipped creature gets a +2/+0 and has flying. Come on. Can I mulligan that? Can I just choose, or do I mulligan the whole hand? Whenever this creature attacks, creature you control gets +1/+. Okay. The creature gains haste until end of turn, and haste is can attack and tap as soon as it comes on. Okay. This ability trigger if the creature you control attack at this turn. At the beginning of your end step, if you attack this turn, create 1. Hi. Do I play? Is that like it's you, right? It's you. Okay. I think he is also new to all of this, just like me. Okay. I can't play any of these, so here. When this land enters, you gain 1 life. Same. Again. I am absolutely noob in this. But it's nice that I didn't get cards. Oh, it's flying. At the beginning of your turn step, if you attack this turn, create. When this equipment enters attached to target creature you control, this creature gains a hexproof and ends cycle until the end of turn. End of turn, the creature gets plus and has flying. Yeah, he thought that. No, wait, what? What was that? Oh, it taps? Oh, like equip the creature. So shit. Did a stupid mistake. So I clicked that by mistake. So I didn't know that it attaches that thing automatically. Okay. Sure. Sure, buddy. But if you do that, you know where to find me, right? Because if you do that, then I can attack you with 4, and then you have to attack me with both, right? So you have to attack me with both. Then at the end of step, if you attack this turn, create goblin creature. Another creature attacks creatures you control get +1 until end of turn. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to attack with this, right? And you can still like drop me 3, right? I will drop with 4. So every time I drop 4, you drop 3. Okay. Oh, I can't. No, 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 no. Cancel. Step before combat, exactly. Yeah. Turkish gains haste until end of turn. No, I don't want that. This is what? This is the combat? I need the combat one. I just need the combat step. Where the fuck is the combat step? Exactly, yeah. So attack. Come on. He's thinking, I think. Are you thinking? What are you thinking of? Okay, so either you sacrifice one of yours or you sacrifice like 4 points. And this is going to create one goblin creature. Exactly. But why did it die? What was that? Turkish legacy plus one until end of the. Oh, okay. I think I need to change my avatar. I need to get this lion. It looks nice. Whenever this creature attacks, creatures you control gets a +1/+1 until end of turn. Uh-huh. Hmm. What are you doing, man? 24. How did that happen? This one flash when this icon enters it. The creature gets a +2, 0, and has flying. Yeah, so if I do that, I can kill whatever the fuck he flies. Right? Right? So I can do this. Ah, in this game I can't choose what I attack. Damn. Now I remember. So I just announce attackers and then he choose defenders. Okay, got it. Got it. I can't wait for Disney to release their like Lorcana game. I think it would be nice because it's like lighter theme and I can choose what to attack. I didn't realize this dumb rule until I replayed it again. Just feels off that I'm just announcing that I will attack with these creatures. Um, yeah, but I think when the game came out, oh, this is gonna hurt. Okay, sacrifice this creature, deals 1 damage to enemy. Okay, and plane, and whenever this creature attack, okay, right. So I can sacrifice and Come on, what is that? Whenever this creature attacks creatures you control gets a +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay, okay. Here you go, another one. The problem is that he has flying, and I have only one flying, so he's an advantage. So I have to like hit him faster, right? Have to hit him faster. Whenever this creature attacks creatures you control gets a +1. Exit. Huh. And lifelink, motherfucker. Okay. Okay. Alright. All in. Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. It's a race. Like this type of game is a race between me and him. Damn. Yeah, I need to think about defense. I need to think about defending, but he has flying. That's the problem. Why he's not attacking? Why is he not attacking? Isn't Lothar a character in Warcraft? Lothar, right? Lothar. Lothar, Warcraft. Right, it's one of the. Yeah, it's this guy. Anduin Lothar. Or Anduin is his son. Lothar is his father, I think. Okay. Come on. What are you waiting for? Hmm. Mountain. First lighting deals 2 damage to any target. If the spell was kicked, it deals 4 damage. Kicked? You may pay an additional cost as you cast the spell. Ah, additional cost? Yes. Count me in. So now I can deal 4 damage. Okay, 4 damage. There you go. Anyway. Come on. If he attacked with that thing. Okay, I lost it already. You just need to attack with everything. You just need to attack with like what this one card. That's it. This bro, this. Yeah. Go for it. It's humiliating already. Go for it. Sure. Thanks. GG. I need to play for a while until I get the idea of these cards. Cast it when you're red or green. Red or green. Are these new or old or like what are these, you know? Red and green? Okay. Oh, by the way, I need to change my avatar.
Together we are unstoppable.
Hmm. They're the same ones, but they look better. Slightly better. These are new. Who are you? This is nice. This one is nice. That one is really beautiful. Okay, let's go. Play. And let's close this. We have that and the standard play. So I have a mountain. So okay, so the cost 3, 1, 1, 2, and 3 lands. Oh, this is cute. Here we go. This is choose one, search your library for basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. Takesha, you okay. Whenever Ruby attacks while you control a creature, no. Choose one, search your library or target creature you control, fight target creature you don't control. Search your library, yeah. Whatever. It's a sticker. Yeah, that's cool. You want to change? What just happened? First lightning deal 2 damage to any target. If the spell was kicked, it deals for the. Okay. Let's play this. Whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets until end of turn. Eh, This is 4 red, and I don't have it. That's a lot of cards. Flying. As long as there are 2 or more instances of a sorcery card in your graveyard, this creature gets a +1. Okay. That's a lot of stuff, man. This land enters tapped. And actually حاجة... Do you have something that is not tapped? Okay. The beginning of combat on your turn if you control another creature with 4. Whenever another creature you control enters, the creature gets a +1. The 4 فده I don't know. Hmm. A pack. I think you have to defend with all of them or take a 4. Right? Take 4. If I were you, I would just take 4. Draw 2 cards, discard a card unless you attack this turn. Aha. 3 and 3. Creatures you control gets a +1, 0. You gain trample until end of turn. Flying. Yeah, I need to block. That feels too painful. Enter tabbed. Sure, enter tabbed. There you go. This has reach and this is 4, so no attacks. Okay. Ah, because it's flying. Double target creature bar until end of turn. Here you go. You make us discard for your... Okay. Wait, how did I... It's an instance. Okay. And this enhancement enters if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw a card. Creatures you control have a trample whenever this creature you control with power 4. Wow, that's a lot of text. Like a lot of text. Seriously, that's a lot. Eh, okay. Forest. The other spell, I can cast it only twice. Second action is power 4 or greater, draw a card. But I don't. Nice. So I can draw a card, right? Here you go. Okay. Okay, that's a good one. This like red green, I think I like it. But I think I like it because I'm winning. That's it's not like because I have a good strategy. Um, yeah, okay. It's not because I know how to play, to be honest. It feels more like just some luck. Claim. What is that? Inkling. Flying. Creates token. Exile target creature. Its controller gains life equal to its power. When this creature enters, target player creates 1/1 white and black inkling creature token with flying. Then, if an opponent controls more creatures than you, this creature becomes prepared. And prepare. While this prepared, you may cast a copy of its spell. Doing so unprepares it. Okay. So it is a spell and a creature at the same time, and the spell has a cost. Okay, this is new. So it's a creature that can cast a spell. So it's not only me that's like Planeswalker that is casting spell. Bonus sheet. Why is it called bonus sheet? Anyway, look at the top 5 cards of your library. Put 2 of them into your hand, and the rest of the pot on the bottom of your library in any order. I like the art. It's a beautiful art. Social Snap. Because the spell while you control a creature, you may copy this spell. Each player sacrifices a creature of their choice. Each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Formic expansion. I love the art on these magic cards. It feels like the game is more of an art game, right? So you are selling art to people, like copies of art. So you have this Brian Sola, and Brian created this nice, beautiful art. So it's not an exhibition and you go and buy this copy. No, it's the company is selling you a copy of this art, but there is a whole game around the whole thing. Well, the whole idea is actually beautiful. When I heard about how this game came to be in the beginning, how it was created, it was beautiful. Like it's a novel idea, I think. Wait, what do I need to do? Cost 20 or red or green. Okay. Play 25 standard. Let's go. Oh my god. Okay, mountain, forest, land, like 3-1-1-1. And these are creature, sorcery, instant, enhancement. Nope, I can't. Creature, instant, sorcery, and 3 lands. Okay. Sorcery. Yeah, return this one. And okay, wow. Done. I feel really dumb when I came back to play. It feels really dumb. Okay, here you go. I should have played the green and then played. Okay. At the beginning of the combat, on your turn, if you control another creature with power 4, search your library for a basic land. Target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. Wait, I don't have any more lands? See, that's a problem. Yeah, you can defend if you want, and we can exchange it. What was the thing about that? Put one counter in the creature. Uh-huh. Put one to a creature you control, it gains hexproof. One. Let's exchange it. Let's do that. Let's exchange it. Oh, I don't. Okay. Is it like until the end of turn, was it? And then... Okay. Then attack. That's a very powerful card. What was that? What was this thing? Where was it? Here. Filling a blow. So +1/+1. So as if I'm attacking with the same card twice. Okay. It's very interesting. Target creature you control fights the creature you don't control. Yeah. The creature gains haste until end of turn. When this creature deals combat damage to players, create food. Attack. Yeah, that's a good deck. In general, that's a good deck. Or, I don't know, it's powerful a bit against what I played against. What was the last one? I don't even remember the last one. So, target creature you control, which is like this one. Target creature you don't control, like that one. Haste. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's sacrifice that. That's okay. Oh yeah, that's a good one. And then you can just kill this one. Right? Return another target non-bear creature card with mana value less than equal this creature power from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay. Okay, at the beginning of combat, on your turn, put X +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control, where X is mana power. That creature gains haste until attack. Go. That's super powerful. What just happened? In the beginning of your turn, do you... What just happened now? Why did he lose 1 point? Ah, is that the combo you're looking for? Okay, you can attack if you want. Damn. Did he win? Yeah, I think he won. That's a lot of triggers. That's a fucking shit ton of triggers. That shouldn't be happening. What the hell? Yeah, that really hurts. That really hurts. Damn. Did I get a trophy at least? Alright. Alright, okay. 4 games. I think 4 games is enough for now. 4 games is enough. Wait for it to respond. Okay. I will take a break for 10 minutes and I will be back. And then we can continue doing some programming again. Okay? Okay. Alright, alright. So, where is that? Hello, we are back. We are back. Somebody decided to smoke weed under my window or over my window or on the side. I don't know, but like the whole apartment smells like weed. It's horrible. I don't know how people smoke this shit. So I'm looking at the achievements here in Twitch. So we finished this one. Start your first stream, explore your dashboard, thank you, update the title, update the category. Sure. So you have path to affiliate, path to partner. So to be affiliate, it's 3/4. So I completed 3/4. That's it. 30 days performance. Stream for 4 hours. Done. Stream on 4 different days. Yeah. Minimum of 3 average viewers on 4 different days. Okay. So does that mean if I streamed tomorrow and after tomorrow I am going to be affiliate? To be eligible to apply to affiliate program, you must meet all the requirements within the same 30 days period. All calculated exclude premieres, reruns, subscriber streams, and watch parties. Yeah, sure. I have no idea what this means. And what is that? Reach 50 followers and get 5 people chatting at the same time. 3. I didn't get 5 people to be chatting at the same time. Really? Okay. All right. I need to learn this Twitch thing. I need to learn it. It feels like it's a thing, you know, like it doesn't come naturally. Maybe I should see other people doing it, or, you know. I see some people that are building a character. It's really interesting, but it just feels like a little clown car. Anyway, and there are other stuff here. What is that? Do not know. Okay. All right. Okay. So I think we need to get back to writing tests, right? So we need to write tests for the missing part. So in the rules, for example, let's test rule quiz condition, right? Callback with condition that evaluates to true. Okay. Okay. So yeah, let's say you have source action destination set. It knows its way. Defer this. Yeah, it knows its own way. So you have a source and action and a destination, and we'll make a rule when source if attribute, yeah. And we are going to make a new event, and okay, so the action should be processed and the destination should get that input when we call back, right? But we are missing something critical here. We're missing something critical, which is the attributes of the event mock. This. So it's in dot on attributes exactly, and the attributes value 1 once. So then you compare it. Yeah, this is the thing. It doesn't really know how to write this stuff, right? because it's kind of a made-up language, and it uses equal, not double equal, for equality. So it trips on it, kind of. Attribute. So if the attribute, let's leave it attribute 1 value 1. So that means that the condition will be true, and that means the action will be called and the destination will get the event. Right? So the role actually can process the event. And if you do this, make test, passed. If you do that, if you do like not equal, it should fail, right? Now we have a problem. Now we have a problem, actually. Ah, yeah, differ in assert. Yeah, exactly. So this should fail, I think. It is failing. Yeah, it is failing. The code you are testing needs to make one more calls. Exactly. So this works. Now we need one that evaluates to false. That evaluates to false, right? So you get a rule that its condition doesn't apply to this event. So this rule should be skipped. So doesn't equal, and then assert, so the attributes should be get, but you shouldn't be getting any processing or any of that. There is no error still. There's no error. What's up? The process either do mock processor can. Hey, that's interesting. This shouldn't be happening. Wait, what? Callbacks with condition to true. This failed also. 0 out of 1 expectations were met. What? How did that work? The code you're testing needs to be 1. Wait, that. Why did they interact with each other? They're using the same context, maybe? No. No. If the differ is... Yeah, but the differ is running after this function. Right in the end of this function. So should I do this and see if it works? So maybe differ has some quirk that I don't know about. No. No, something is off. Something is off. There are two tests that are interacting with each other somehow. So attribute 1, value 1. And this is attribute 1, value 1. Yeah. So this shouldn't be executed. What's going on? So if I skipped this one, Oh, the test is failing. Fail 0 out of 1 expectation. What is that? The attributes are not called. Why? The code you are testing needs to make one more call. Ah, yeah, no, but here, the callback is calling rule callback. And the rule has a condition. So, what is it that we are looking at here? Ah, yeah, I think I know. Because this rule wasn't activated, wasn't added to anything. It wasn't kind of prepared, right? It wasn't prepared. So yeah, the action, the condition wasn't parsed. The condition is not parsed, and that's the reason. Yeah, I think that's the issue. Okay. Why? Oh, I'm modifying the I'm modifying the wrong test. Shit. Okay, so this weed that somebody is smoking, I think it already impacted my head. My brain is foggy already. Yeah. So now everything is working. So it wasn't the fur. It wasn't the fur, right? Mhm. Make test, and it's 96% already. Cover. Nope, not here. The other window. Mm, yeah, this one. Okay. So what is up? Oh, the game didn't close until now. Force quit? Okay. It's odd. Alright. Okay. Okay. Let's look at the coverage. Where is it? Coverage of the engine and the rule. So the engine, parse condition. So this is add rule, parse condition. If there is an error in the condition. If there is an error in the condition. Okay. Let's copy this whole thing. Yeah. And call back with a condition that with faulty condition. So you have this rule and you have this like something like this or so. You try to add it and there should be an error. And the error is Google expression error syntax with it, really? value data. So what if you try to parse a string and it's not valid? What happens? So this here, parse condition. Okay, let it fail. Let it fail, because it should fail at this point, right? It should fail while you're. What am I doing? Make test should fail right here. Exactly. Unexpected receives unexpected error. Expected exactly. So we should be expecting an error, and the error should be let's add anything, right? Let's add any error, and then see what is the other type, what really is the type. Target error should be in error chain, but it's not. Okay, it is an error, whatever it is. And this should be covering the so here let's go. All right, so this is covered parsing, and if there is an error, you return the registry. No sir. Require nil. Yes. No, that doesn't work. If we return an error, we shouldn't be returning. Okay, because it's just because the registry in this case it's nil. Yeah, but no, that's not the idea. No, it should be nil if there's an error. You shouldn't be returning a value and an error at the same time. It's really confusing, and it caused me issues before. Caused me so many issues before. Right. Now let's see the coverage. Okay, engine.go is covered 100%, and rule.go is covered. Yeah, if you try to check the condition, but one of the attributes returned an error. Yeah. So it should look like this, but the condition that error while eval. No. So you have all of that and then attribute. This attribute is something that will cause you issues. So it should be returning a string and an error, for example, and it will returns an error. So in this case, we should be getting an error, and the error should be error closed, which is the same error that this attribute returned, I guess. Or it should be in the chain, like it should be wrapped even. Nice. Cover. Check this out. Rule 100%. Yep. Engine. Okay. All right. Sounds like fun. Mhm. Okay. Okay. So now, let's check make lint. It's really odd that we didn't encounter any escape to heap until now, because there is part that will parse the string and create an abstract syntax tree out of it. So what is... So why? Why didn't escape to the heap? So make leaking params registry. Source doesn't escape. Leaking param registry. Error chain doesn't escape. Leaking param context. Leaking param error chain doesn't. Okay. Let's see if we try to get all the opts, but not just for this package, but this package and everything under it. Doesn't escape, doesn't escape, doesn't escape. There are escapes here, right? And there are things. Okay, what is that? Go shape, and there is like this long as your, like, what is that? What is that? Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit, this is pretty long. Okay. Got your ball. I think. Oh, did I bind it to Control F? I bound it to Control F and I forgot. So there was this feature in Kitty, the terminal, where you write a command like ls and you want to search through the output, so you can press Control Shift G, I think. And I couldn't do that in Ghosty. So I wrote a function in Bash to re-execute the command and output the standard output and standard error into less, so the pager. So you can do this, Control F, and it execute, and this is the output, and then you can like filter escape to heap. So this filters the lines. All right, so map string any escapes to heap, sure. So everything here is not in the original package. Okay, so the package itself doesn't. You have events, even the events and the sources in the main. Yeah, so you have rules. The rules are allocated on the heap, the time, yield. Why is the rule on the heap? Why is the rule on the heap? Isn't the main function is also like a function that when allocating something, because maybe the address? Yeah, because of the address. Anyway, this sources, time, escape to the heap, main 23, what is that? Main 23. This escape to the heap, this one, why? Why is it pointing exactly to the source? When if the whole rule Escape to the heap. Oh, it's pointing to each attribute. So it's the time and yield and the standard output. Rule, time, yield, standard output. Yeah. So it's rule, source, action, destination. Rule, source, action, destination. So when a structure escapes to the heap, all its attributes escapes. If it's also like an instance of a structure. Context background. This also escapes to heap. 36. Context background. Yeah, because it's wrapped, I think. Argument escapes to heap. Hey, did I change? I didn't. Didn't change. Software. So this is coding and Linux and Arch Linux. Yeah, it's there. It's there. And Go programming. Okay. Okay. Context background escapes the heap and the argument escapes. Context background escapes. This is 53. 53? Yeah. What is... Okay. Alright, fine. Destination event escapes to heap. This is in the destinations. Yeah. But in standard output 15. What escapes here? Destinations event. This event. So we are trying to write a string, and we're trying to convert this event into a string. So what's up with that? Why is it problematic? Why is it problematic to do this? I think the linter I think was complaining. Can I do that? Nope. I want to command and click, and it opens this file in my editor. There should be a way to do that. Anyway, so if I just did that, like make test, make lint, I think the linter is the one that's going to complain. Yeah. Why is that forbidden? Just to understand. Go linter for forbidding identifiers. Yeah, maybe this is just the default. Yeah. Because they are likely just for debugging. Ah, yeah, exactly. So it's doing that because it thinks that this is for debugging, while here we are actually trying to actually do that. It's not for debugging. Also, when we write to standard output, should I write a new line? I guess. So every event, just yeah. Okay. So that means this linter is not needed for now. Yeah. But I'm not sure that this so if I do that and escapes to heap, destination event escapes to heap still. Why does it escape to the heap? So you can't have any of the events on the stack? Okay. Let's just try to think about it in a... Oh, is that it? That's all. Okay, that's all the escapes to the heap. Okay. Alright. Okay. Escapes to heap R0. String escapes to heap. This is the event and the source. Source time 50. Source time 50. What escapes here? Time and t and error. Error in time event callback. Yeah, this is if you're emitting and okay, we need to think about that. So in general, if you have a set of rules that your program should execute, they are listening to a single event and they are processing the event one by one. Then you encounter an error, you return it to the source. So what the source should be doing, should it just return it? Should we have something in the interface of the source to... But here is the problem, is that in the start of the source, if it couldn't start, it can return an error. But otherwise, it takes the callback and it's going to publish the events whenever. So it creates a go routine, and it goes and listens to whatever it needs to listen to. So I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. So the source maybe should just handle it here. Because I think we need to think of a way for collecting the errors so we can yeah, that's a bit complicated. Okay, let's step by step. I don't want stuff to be escaped to the heap. How do I do that? So here I have to log, and when you are logging you have to write something to the standard. Wait, so if I do that, does this still work? Two and one. There you go. Source string escapes to heap. So time 19. Oh, so 50 it doesn't. So context. Yeah, source 50 context, background context escapes to heap. Where is the context? I don't see it. Sources in 19 and 50. Line 19. You're returning the period as a string that escapes. And here the context. So you are emitting using this context, and you are emitting also using this context. Okay. It escapes. Sure, if it escapes, it escapes. What's important for me is the core, not the implementation of the components, which is the events, the events, the source, action, destination. These, they can be replaced. The core can't be replaced. So we need to pay attention to the core, the part that takes the rules and execute it, the engine itself. Because anything else can be fixed or can be replaced by the user. So what else is escaping? So main, you have the rules and its structures. And the rule is escaping because it's a pointer. Is that why it escapes? Is that the reason? Okay, what if we let's look here, firehose and the engine start like add-on. Come on, add-on. Can I have this rule as not a pointer? and rule set next and set previous. Hmm? Wait, how would that work if the rule is referring to itself? Okay, let's think about that. Let's just think about that for a minute. So we are trying to set next and previous. Right? Set next and set previous. And this returns a new rule. Okay. Let's say we did that here. And then we return. And here it will start to skip. Yeah. Okay, I'm just trying. I need to try this out. I just need to check if we can eliminate this idea that we need pointers. Can we just get values and start to assign values and propagate? Like whenever you change something, you're like assigning until you get all your rules as one blob of memory. Is this possible? Instead of them pointing to each other pointers, you just have a copy of the rule in the next and the previous. You see what I'm getting at? Is that instead of working with pointers, we work with values. But that means we are going to allocate. That means we are going to allocate. Yeah, that means we are going to allocate. Because you continue to copy memory. And at some point, the rule has to allocate. How does this work when you assign to an interface? When you have an interface, you don't really know the size of your structure, right? So how does it work? But okay, first, let me remove this because it's not important now. cmd from all in main. So what happens if I do this? It's working. Okay, but I think we escape to the heap. Holy shit, what is all of that? It's the tests. Okay, yeah. Engine tests and rule tests. Okay, just bear with me. Engine tests and rule test. Here, make length. Really? Really? We didn't allocate anything? Nothing escaped to the heap? Really? Something's off. Okay. But alright, okay. Okay, I just need to check that. I need to follow it. So let's say your rule your rule is okay, it's interfaces and stuff, and get next and get and set next. And when you set and you're trying to make it immutable, you have to return a copy, right? So get set, you have to return a copy. Whenever you are setting something, you have to return a copy, otherwise it doesn't work. Right, and now all the implementation so here it assigns and then return R exactly. So you can't too many return values, not just one return value. It's one, yeah. Oh yeah, it's the signature didn't change. Yeah, because you change something, you have to return it. Cannot use R variable struct blah 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 as a registry value, and because this, right? Right. So anyway, so you get set here, also this set next and set previous. Source registry. Source registry. Yeah, so whenever you set something, whenever you change your structure, you have to return it. Okay. So if I do that, okay, get start callback. Okay. I don't see any complaints, which is odd. Run. Okay, make lint. Just let's delete the tests for now. I just need to check the linter. Okay, so does that mean if I work with structures instead of pointers, it's not gonna escape to the heap? Really? No, no. That doesn't sound right. Where does it get the memory from? So what you want is that all of that don't have any pointers. Right? No pointers at all. Unused, right, exactly. So parse condition where is it used? In the engine. Okay. So that means it just needs to return the rule and an error, right? And you continue to assign. Here, you're just doing that. We said that when there is an error, I can't return null here. Okay. So I guess it's working. Or let's continue to what we are doing here, okay? So let's check. So we are writing here. We wrote something. And after we wrote, we didn't really return this structure. So start. Changed the structure, so it has to return it. Wait, but start needed to be generic, right? Who's calling start? Yeah. So you see, start needs to be generic. So start can't return a copy of the rule. It cannot. Right, it cannot. So that means you can't just store the context here. You can't, because if you store the context here, you're not going to find it the next time when you need it. Right? Because this is used somewhere else, right? This is used, it's returned here, and get context, and the get context is get context, and here is the context, and we are waiting for sources to finish. So we can't, because we are going over every rule and trying to get its context. And when you start when you start the source, it creates the context, right? So the source, when the source is created and it started, it creates a context and return it. Right? So it doesn't change anything, it's immutable. And we're getting this context and setting it in the rule. And then we get it from the rule, so we can wait for it to be done. Yeah. So how do we solve that? How do we solve it? Ah, wait. I think I know how. I think. So, the context, this context here. This context here is set here, and because it's set, it's ineffectual. So we maybe can just return registry and then error, right? Because here we just need a registry. We have a registry, and when we start, we're also iterating over a registry. So we actually don't need no, there is a problem with that, because if you return a new version here, let's say you returned like a, I don't know, whatever, a current, okay, current error, and the start is returning here registry and an error. So if you return this here and then get next, the previous that you were added now points at the old copy. So you have to go to the previous and assign again this new copy. And now as you change it the previous, you have to go to the previous of the previous and assign this copy, and so on. No. No, making all of that is making it like use a copy will not work, because we are trying to avoid copying, and it's contradicting. It is contradicting. Hey, keep that. Right. So I'm really impressed that it didn't complain about this parse condition. Why it didn't complain about it? Here, this is returning Boolean expression, right? And then it is set here. So what is there is a heap allocation right there. It is allocated and then assigned to parseIf. So what is that? Why? Can I in Go this snippet? It should show that there is an escape to the heap as function parse returned a value, and it was assigned to an interface in the field parsed. What is the reason the compiler didn't show escaped to the heap. Why? Maybe it can tell us. And didn't report because taking the address of a local variable and storing it in a struct pointer field causes the value to escape. He escaped because taking the address of a local variable and storing it in a struct pointer field causes the value to escape, not the pointer. The escape analysis output for this snippet actually looks like that. Moved to heap. Moved. So I guess we are missing something. Can I do this? This or this? Please. Let's see. Wait. Control F is not gonna move forward anymore. Okay. So does that mean? Wow. Okay. Make length. So there is a move to heap. How do I grab this or this? Okay. That's what I used. A dash E? Dash E, okay. Escapes to heap. Yeah, here it is. Here. Moved to heap. Eh? By the way, why are these paths with like a dot slash and here dot slash and the others don't? Is it like a discrimination or something? Escape to heap, escape. Yeah. Escapes to heap. This move to heap. First F. So what moved to heap exactly? What moved to heap? Here's the guy here skip answers rather than the interface assignment you suspected. Go distinguishes between what happens to a value and what happens to a pointer. Escapes to heap. This means the pointer reference came from inside a scope and flowed outbound. Returned from a function or sent to a channel. Okay, great. Moved to the heap. This means a local variable had its address taken, like parse f, and that pointer was stored in a place that outlives the current stack frame. The R receiver, because R lives longer than parse condition. The compiler moves parse f from the stack to the heap. Okay. I see. I see. I see. Mm-hmm. You mentioned that parsef was assigned to an interface. In Go, an interface value is represented under the hood as two word structure, the type and the data pointer. Because R parsef is a pointer to an interface, assigning directly satisfies the pointer type. If you had assigned a concrete value directly to the interface variable, the compiler would wrap it, which often causes an escape. Because you took the address. This is why the fields in the rule are escaped. Because they are interfaces. Because it wrapped every value in an interface, so it escaped. This is the reason. Can I avoid having an interface? Can I avoid having an interface in the rule? For the source, the action, the destination? I don't think so. I don't think so. Mm-hmm. You are absolutely right, Gemini. But why I didn't see this message? Until I try to compile everything. Can I do this with two dots? So it doesn't detect that it escaped until you compiled everything. Everything? Maybe because you started to use the condition, so it wasn't optimized out? I have no idea. Alright. Right, it's nearly 2 a.m. So I think I'm done for today. And we can continue tomorrow. So now we have the rule and all the interfaces that it needs. Implementation for these interfaces, right? Mm-hmm. And the engine is to add the rule and the start. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so if you do this, go doc, tells you there is start, there is action, condition, destination. These are interfaces, event, interface, registry, interface, and you have add rule. And you have rule, which is a structure, and source, which is an interface. So you have all of them are interfaces, only the rule is a structure. Only the rule is a structure. All right. Okay. Tomorrow I need to find a way here in the to-do. Okay. So I need to find a way to make rules execution extensible. Meaning we should be having wrappers in every point of the execution. So how do we have this like wrapper mechanism, and also should the rules be actually breaking the execution? So if a rule encountered an error, does it just stop the execution of the rest of the rules? Should that be configured in the rule where you say, yeah, this rule actually should stop the execution of the rest, should break? What if it shouldn't? Where would the error go? So you need to find a way to siphon the errors from inside the engine somewhere outside of it. Somewhere, I don't know. But you need to find a way to communicate the errors in a better way through the engine to the outside. The problem with errors is that they allocate memory, and you have to like create one of them and blah blah blah. So, and to be descriptive also you have to add more memory to it. So, and to communicate it across coroutines, it has to escape the heap. So we need to find a way to communicate rules that happen when processing every event. So they would be grouped by event, and these are for the errors. And also we need to define different status, like execution statuses for the rules. So the rule wouldn't be just returning an error or success. It can be skipped, for example. It could be that the condition errored, could timeout. Like we need to find a way. Like for example, if you are trying to make it make a cache for the rule, so the rule could be successful but made a cache hit, and it could be successful but made a cache miss. So maybe we should also find a way for the execution points to define different statuses for every rule. So you can communicate that this rule errored, this rule succeeded, error, succeed, and that means some rules can communicate a status as in stop the execution, and in that case we would stop the execution. It's not an error anymore, it's stopping the execution. But now you have to translate the errors from inside the system out to the rule. So what happens if one of the libraries you use encountered an error? This is an error, so now you have to translate, is that like status error or status stop execution? So that needs a bit of thinking. So you need also different granular return statuses for rules: skipped, cached, cache hit, a error, success, debounced, yeah, and it should be extensible. Sub-rules. We should find a way to have sub-rules. So you can have a rule and have other rules inside of it. And they could inherit the same sources and destinations, actions, if they are missing it. Right? Validation for the rule. So we need to find a way to first validate the rule. Right? And then we can add the rule. So if you have a rule with like a tree of sub-rules, you validate all of them first. And then we can talk about adding them to the registry. And then extensions, and the extensions is the part that is interesting. So the extensions could be cache, throttle, debounce, what are the other things like low dash go? Because there are some functional wrappers, like wrappers for functions. You know, that they're implemented usually in a lot of utility libraries like this one. So core functions. What was that? There is a debounce, right? And debounce. Yeah, here you are. So throttle, attempt with delay. Yeah, once, logging, metrics, panic recovery. So parallelism, it's correct, thank you. All right. Exactly. Yeah. So we need to find a way to implement this kind of features and keep it open so that users can add more extensions. There is also the extension of a big feature, remote execution for role. Yeah. So let's say you defined a lot of logic that react to a lot of events from different systems and it's like a mess. How would you make your system start to like offload to other parts, to other like systems that are underloaded? So you have like two systems, two pods, three pods. One of them is like under heavy load and the rest are just sitting there sipping tea. So with this feature, you should be able to distribute the workload to other systems. You can maybe measure load, measure memory, measure like whatever, and then start to execute. Or you can keep track of how many times a system is executing rules and you try to equalize it. So you can find policies to distribute load. The important part is that the rules should be executed like, you know, in parallel and across different machines. And in that case, you can have like one program that can be executed in like a lot of machines across different networks, and that you can be infinitely scalable. Mhm. Yeah, so I think we are done for today. Thank you for the 2 viewers that stayed with me. Thank you very much. I think we can continue tomorrow. Right. Bye bye.